Yeah. I'll just turn off my noise gate so I can talk softly here. Okay. No, I'm gonna go like that just so I don't forget. And we had a bunch of missions that were like all set up for. This always pops up because of one of my mods. Yeah, we did have the chance that we could just grab that, but we can wait. Oh, Astolf, meow, meow. And so happens that this is like about the same time I started yesterday. So as as much as I try to just like jump through this, it's like I don't know, just how things go with me, I guess. There is times, of course, I like it, but it's like either I do something or I just don't do it at all, and then I just am on the game all day. So it's like, I don't know. It's the joke of the title of like, why does time have so much space? You know, I should have called it like, why does time take up so much space? Or either way is like, I guess, makes the point. So, oh yeah, we had a rocket that was like just about because last time we spent like most of the rest of the stream just designing this silly thing. And the thing I thought of, which is going to be very important to then bring an engineer to do this, is an engineer can pull off weight when I don't need like the landing gear and stuff. So when I'm like traveling back, I could just rip this stuff off. And also I wanted to be sure. So I have these as like 12. No, I have these as 20. Trying to think of how I want to do this. I might have to like consider changing because I wanted to empty out these. Why I thought of like emptying these out last is just so it doesn't move the weight around too much. These probably can go to 0. That'd be 20. And these be first to actually empty out. Then I'll do those. Oh, these have to all be set like this. That way I could rip those off first. Which I'll probably have to place. I wonder. I have to have my brain tuned all the way tuned on and close in to need to come back later and. Oh yeah. Yeah, and as you've seen in my streams, most of the time you actually are just designing the rockets. Because I guess depending on how you play it, like I like to just puzzle solve essentially myself, not like just grab a rocket. Or I think there's a few times I actually did like look at like, okay, what design works to get to my destination and stuff. Like looking at like either like some YouTube video or something that they shown it. But yeah, that's like the space flight itself though. That's why I really enjoyed setting, not the process of setting it up, but like getting my flight sticks, technically HOSAS, because it's like 2 flight sticks, but one's converted like in it as a throttle. So what is it? And so it makes controlling all these rockets much more interesting because all the hours I've played on this game with just keyboard and mouse. So granted, you don't have to worry. Like, it's basically if you have flight sticks, then certainly look into doing that. I needed to get like VJoy and joystick gremlin. VJoy to just program into it knowing how many buttons these Ursa miners. These are called Ursa miners from Wing Control. By the way, they're kind of like the Gladiator flight sticks. They are great on. They have like over 200 buttons, both of them combined. They're like crazy 250 or something. I could like look at my joystick gremlin to see how many. I like scroll the way to. So each one has 128 buttons, minus the hat switch. That is another additional 4 buttons. So really like 132 buttons if you count like all of them as like actual buttons, because I did turn on like you can have this hat act as something else, but I turned it into like 4 extra buttons. And I used joystick gremlin, which 128 buttons, that's listing for one stick, left and right. So if you combine left and right, well, just do the math. It's like 132 times 2. That's how many buttons I basically have at hand. Now, I used barely, like, I didn't use, like, I used pretty much all the, like, the reachable thumb buttons and stuff. Like, there's buttons, like, on the lower part of it. But, mainly, I used, all the things that were like easy to reach, because and the joystick gremlin, what it does, because I think Kerbal still doesn't recognize the extra buttons. So what you do is you keybind with like a profile thing all the keyboard buttons that you actually press. And it's basically, it's turning my joysticks into an extra keyboard buttons. I don't think the song says Rocket Raccoon. We talk about what song? But hello, welcome, Nova Viper. Do have HOTAS, but I can kind of assume most of the game was about building spaceships to see if. Yeah, and that's why the controls, it's very doable. Like, it's, I won't say it's like easy to control still with like mouse and keyboard. It is certainly doable. Like, you use shift and control to like control your throttle. It's just, I guess, like very advanced maneuvers are a little hard to do. However, it does have assist things that you could basically allow it, like, you could let it just fly itself. And even with these flight sticks, I'm kind of doing that sometimes. Though it's kind of encumbered where I have to lift my hand up to grab my mouse at times to select. Just because, like, some of the buttons to do doesn't have a key binding to do. So you have to, like, use the mouse to click it. To, like, oh, point at prograde, point at retrograde. You can't just press a button to do that. So, yeah, that's one of the examples that I don't have a simple button to like turn on basically autopilot. But yeah, with that sidetrack, what was I think I was just making sure on this stuff. Oh, I was thinking of doing this. Not to do that. Because I want this to be that. Oh, but never mind. That won't work. I was like, how I was thinking. The undo doesn't work half the time. Okay. We can put these up a little higher. I think those empty out first. You know what? These can probably empty out first as well. The bigger the number, by the way, on like this priority number, is the bigger is the first that will empty out, and that's what I'm trying to like set as. I'm trying to set these to be the very first, so like I'll probably put these all the way to 10. Right, then these need to be next. And the very last is these. Because they will shift the weight a little bit. But I'm likely going to have these filled still. I want to rip that out, so I probably would want to transfer the fuel back to these, but if anything, these are just extra fuel and weight balancing, if anything. So yeah, side of unsure of. You should be really the last. I'll put them like -20 if anything. It should be. Oh wait. Okay, -30. Because these need to empty out earlier. But these things can empty out. Because once these empty out, I would use the, once I could tell that they're empty and make sure that they're empty, I'll just rip all these off. I'll like drop them just to save a little bit of weight. Because it's really, like, even losing these wheels and stuff, like it's not going to be that expensive for me to lose, and I'd rather lose that and try to bother with re-entering. So I'm going to lose at most like 5,000. Like, if you count for like 4 times that, and then the fuel of, which most of the money is even like, it costs even of the bag is like 50. This is 147. So yeah, these are very cheap, and most of the money's the fuel anyway. So it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna get any return even if I like. The thing is they're very light anyway. They're lightweight. So yeah. So what's the? I could make them like white, and that would match. But you know what? That helps to stick them out. Maybe at least these. You know, nah. Make it easier to tell to grab them. Okay, okay. Do another little save of this. And then that's the crew. I need an engineer. Hopefully it'll be enough to, because it'd be nice, because I do have this guy that's like level 2, but it'd be nice to have more than one engineer that's like higher level. We gotta go to Min-Miss with this thing. You know what? Let me see something. Did I? So if I put a docking port, I could have this guy sitting by. I don't know. I might worry about that on some other mission that I need to like dock 2 things. Which actually, that mission is like. I'm gonna do this. And also do save for launch. So I have a very clear version, not save. Okay, you kept that guy. I wish I could just see what like all these are. But yeah, yeah, that's the antenna. Okay, that's the solar panels. That's just to reset the arm. That's what that all needs to do with the wheels. The circle lock, the toggle arming, which wish was like on one of these sides, but it's like it's one of those things that like I had an extra button that's on the side of the gear, essentially the controlling of the gears, the wheels. But this other side already had all the stuff filled up for that, so it's like, yeah, to arm it, it's that button. So yeah, it'd be kind of fun to control it once I like get up there. Not a lot of what does that give like extra delta V? That's interesting. Oh, maybe because it like they're not pulling their own weight or something. Or like, but again, vacuum. 261. I'm kind of confused about that. One does more delta V. Why does it do it that way? Right, are these... I'll make sure if any of these are actually going too high. This needs to be really most priority, so I'm just gonna put it way up there just to be sure that it's doing that. I wonder why 261 delta, and I put this on and suddenly it loses delta. I guess in a way that it does lose less if you're just like full burn, but it gets like so much more thrust away ratio. 106, 45, or 0.45. But I'll do that just for like more control, like more thrust power. Well, funny enough, when I do that, I stop thinking very much, and because I'm thinking of like having to talk so much, which is hints on a reason probably why it takes so long doing this stuff, because I'm just staring at it and thinking about like how to talk about, or in a way just talking what I'm thinking about. Like I'm looking at these, wondering why it's like changing the delta V here. Which kind of wonder why it's, well, it's going to be min-miss that we're going to be, and it's probably going to be overkill. Yeah, overkill of thrust to weight ratio. And for some reason that like a lot, like there's plenty of delta V even for that. It's just, I don't know if I would go with that. Even if it's supposed to lose more delta V. It's not going to lose any fuel in here. Because I have it like do that first and I got it. I have it cross feed purposely so when these are burning it's also using that fuel. Just so I could then dump it off. So it should really gain more delta V up here doing that, but like I'm not seeing it change that, so it's like, okay. I guess in some magical way it just takes out delta V, which the math doesn't add up. But okay. But I guess we'll deal with that when we get up there. I'm just wondering if I want to have at all some kind of like other thing to like bring parts or so, like if, because it's going to be a problem if any of these wheels pop. But ideally, with how light of a moon that we're going to, that should not be a problem unless I allow myself to just slam into the ground really hard. Which shouldn't be a problem. So I guess we'll just take the risk on not bringing those. Because let me actually see, because I don't think these have enough volume to hold them anyway. Wait, that's a big one. What's this one? I guess I do have enough volume. It's just it of itself is 0.15. What's the structure that I stuck of this? Yeah, 0.03. So it would put weight on this. I don't know if I want to do that, just to have just possible tires. You want to minimize as much weight as possible. So and it takes up 600 liters. Yeah, I'll need 2 of these just to have like 2 of them. Basically be like a spare wheel. But you know what? Yeah, thinking of it, here's the issue. If I even did get a blown tire or something and I brought the part to exchanged it, here's the issue. Me just doing the action of replacing it is going to explode the whole rocket. Like basically do this like sudden lift, fling into the air. Let me turn down the music a little bit. It looks like it's, I don't know if it's like too noisy, if the music's like too noisy to hear me. But yeah, it basically can like possibly flip the rocket upside down and stuff, or the lander here per se. So yeah, I don't think I want to deal with that. Oh, there's one thing I realize I'm kind of missing is I don't have a reaction wheel for this whole thing. Oh, how much 2245. This shouldn't be too much of a big deal for putting this big thing. Yeah. 2245. I think it took off like 20. Yeah, it took off like 20, if anything. But of course, that also needs some battery. I'll stick the battery in this spot. Bonk. And we'll just stick those just in case. Just to keep that battery some charge. And that should be plenty. Yeah, I want these separate because this is when I'm like getting back home. There's nothing to split. Like I'm going to have to. The plan is to try to use the engines to slow down enough that I'll take what's like rest of this back home. How much is this claw thing? Well, it's only 450. So a lot of this stuff, like, even if I rip off a bunch of things to save Delta V, should be good to get back home. And it's a matter of slowing down enough that I don't burn up in the atmosphere. Otherwise, it's just docking to someone in Kerbal. Or Kerbin. Did just lose a little bit more Delta V with doing that, but you see something, doesn't it? Yeah, see, why is that just add more Delta V? Like, why so? I guess prolonging the fuel gives more Delta V? Maybe? Maybe it's these engines use more fuel. That's probably what it is. Like those engines themselves, they are pretty light. They're very light, but they are slightly less efficient, I'm guessing, than this guy. Yeah, 345 is that engine's ISP. Which I find it interesting that the thrust in the vacuum 60. And said it was like kinetic newtons. This one's a bit more ISB. Oh, what? Less thrust. Yeah, and then this one, 320 vacuum. Yeah, so these are a little less, just slightly less efficient than these. But yeah. Which, you know what? Yeah, we might as well do it that way. Won't matter either way with the. We'll still empty this one out first before it empties out anything in here. "45 seconds, 46 seconds, 23. Oh wait, that's 100, like 10. Yeah, I'd rather do it that way. I'm set up to just do it that way, just in case I need more thrust. The idea is I'm going to waste out, or I'm going to get rid of all that fuel before I switch over to that. It's probably unneeded. Like, one of those things that, like, I probably could, like, take off this engine altogether. I don't know, it adds a little bit more delta V, if anything. Yeah. One of those things that, like, you try to go through all scenario, like you try to go through it in your head of like if everything is like is to is needed before you like, oh, hmm, this time and I didn't put that on. Why do I have to stick that somewhere? It's kind of annoying to stick. Does this have an SAS? No, you don't. Oh, it has a lot more electric charge. It's like a half-ton better, bit worse. But I might get this just because it'd probably be easier to fit on it. Because the thing with this is like it's a circle thing, and well, I guess I could stick it like there in a funny way, but then it would be like uneven. I don't want to put weight on that. Well, other than these, I guess. What's the weight of? Okay, with these two things, I basically put the amount of weight of that. But yeah. Spend some more money. I don't know if I like this. It's like kind of the same issue. I could stick it right there. You know what? Kind of a dumb spot to put it, but can I just stick it right? How about I do this and stick you on this thing? Not sure which way that's rotating. Which way's up on it? Because I want to put like. Really trying to like. Which way is it moving it? I need orientation of something that like. Okay, W is the direction I want to do. There. It actually extends it out a little bit too. Kind of silly, but just have them like parent. Just grain parent. How much do these cost? I don't know if that would mess up anything. But yeah, I need something to just help hold the stability. And I wanted to check the. Actually, pretty good, like the center mass. I'm just worried that now that I extended out further, if that's going to do anything to me. Wonder if I could lose 10 degrees. Yeah, I think that's fine. Didn't lose too much delta V having to do that, but Oh, does that... Oh, it doesn't really make a difference to it. But I do wonder if I can, like, I might hide it into the thing. At least pull it just a little bit back, just so the thing doesn't clip so much on. Okay. I don't like it clipping like that. Okay. That change anything on? No. Okay, let's go launch again. Back to launching. After realizing, oh yeah, I do want to have a little bit of SAS assist. Otherwise, thing doesn't stay stable. Not that it can be a kind of a good challenge to just okay. Trick I go for mid-miss is just going to orbit and then getting a gravity help from the moon to like extend myself out to that. That's how I deal with that. So it's my timers are still. You might just do a sunrise. Nice sunrise. Take off. I think it reset that I don't remember if I was like now it's adding more. Oh, I think you know what? It changes when it's like in space. Okay. Okay. I'll just do it that way again. Okay, okay, okay. I think that made it so now it's suddenly like night again, but that's fine. Because I'm not sure if I want to commit to like sunrise. but I don't want to be taken off just from darkness. Did I do any auto struts now? Yeah, I did. You know, if I want to spend a bit more money, I can replace this part and try to use the powerful engine I just unlocked recently. And you remember that I did unlock that, like the biggest rocket uh, rocket engines for like the first stage. It starts slowing down, and we should start just tilting already. Why am I rolling? Stop rolling. You annoying thing. Oh no, rolling around that way. Come on. Are you unstable because I'm... Oh my goodness, stop it. Why are you so easy to roll? And let's not make the mistake like 4 and make use of this stage still. It's almost going out anyway. Off we go. Probably my rolling is from like little microscope uh uncylindricalness going on. So I'm catching up to my apparatus, but I'm also catching up speed, so let's tilt a little bit more like this, just because I am catching pretty close to my apparatus. The idea was to try this engine because the other one wasn't enough thrust to weight ratio, which, yeah, I'm already more thrust to weight ratio at the moment. Yeah. Let me see, is there... No, we haven't had any problem losing any electrical charge. Oh, you know what? I should have taken out the monopropellant just to save some weight, but oh well. This is getting very close to a good like orbit for like 90,000. So I'm letting myself get really close to catching up to Aquapis, which suddenly now it's actually going back simply because I'm about to circleize my orbit. Which pretty much did already. If you stayed in this camera and then like the camera does this like kind of roll change, like it rolls a little bit on the camera, it puts you into, or it tells you that you're like basically going in orbit. Okay. I think if we burned it out like towards the moon, we would like get an encounter. But I think it's you stop it. You know what? Let's try to catch this one just because it's really good. Probably not as much. I'll still burn after it. Let me guess. Here's the moon. Do we not see the moon? Well, I'm probably actually doing it a little early. Doing it earlier, yeah, there's the moon. Because I want to hit early on the moon so I can get a improved orbit of it. So basically do that to it. And make my really improve my, well, what's the Priorapis? Maybe focus on that and go a little bit less just because I don't want to escape orbit. Let's go this way. Figure out. No. We'll set this as target. But yeah, that is a extreme bend. Can I do a... I'm going to do a quick save. What did we... How much we got back from that? 26,000. Nearly half a rocket. So that's good. I wonder if there's a... If we can like do a much better job of helping that from here. Doesn't look like we would need to burn too much. If anything, we do need to burn there to really help out. And I don't think we'll get like an encounter for that from this. Oops. Let's see how much. Oh, come on. It's doing another encounter. It's messing up my ability to see what stupid thing's going to be. Looks like it's a better job for it. Goodness, this is so annoying. That'll be the best I can do at the moment. That's a little less burn than I was hoping burning on this would like somehow do it, but I'm already going at speed that direction. So oh, it's 1 day, 2 hours. So this would be like probably the next one. That'd be my other things. We're gonna lose this stage pretty soon. Yeah, so it's using those all. Not using any of these, but yeah, it's a bit awkward. But I tried to center the mass as centered as I could. Let me see what is the next save anyway. Go back to 1. Let's save on this. And for once, click on. And like jump to vessel. This is how you yeah, it's these little guys. Oh yeah, to slow them down to which I do need to save this to pay attention to that periapis. Oh, which this just point retrograde. I don't need to worry about maneuver. This is Jebediah, getting him home. Is it? Yeah, I think I. Yeah, we'll do that. And then just switch to. Got 5 minutes till his. This is this other pilot. This is how you control, I guess, multiple things at once. It would have been handier if I attached these together and did them at the same time. However, I would have had to put more, I would have had to stick monopropellant to these things, and these are like the lightest capsules I could figure to design. It's like that's all that's needed. And this thing's like more than enough to like pivot this thing around, apparently. Because like, look at this. Wind. Through like a rolling bullet. Whee! Oh my goodness. Okay, speed time warp so you can stop spinning. Also doing the same thing. Well, there you go. Bye, Jebediah. What is... Oh, it's just saying maneuver I'm just about to do. Also, I need to get down to that Periapis. Right. Probably just go now. Put you at like 100,000. Just so they're like... I'll try to do like 90,000. So now you're gonna have a burn way down here to equalize. So then I could figure out where to like land after that. And it's like getting to the station. Can you... Yeah, maneuver. Don't show again, just so I don't have to keep saying that when I'm like extending those out. Which Kerbin is this? Pilot 1, because I can't remember the name. I'll just edit there. Tina. Let's say Jeb. Let's set a maneuver on this to... Wait, this is the... Oh, where's the other one that I was just doing? You. Because you were hidden. Mooncrawler. You. Alright, let's get my, actually, it doesn't take much. Boost myself out just a little bit, just a tad bit more. You get an encounter if I do that. So finicky. Yeah, I'll just do that. Get an encounter. We're just going to take 10 days to even get out there, so you're gonna be there for a while. The Periapis. I want the maneuver. The Apoapis. Here. Um, this is moving satellite. So I'm basically being efficiently controlling each of these. And all this time, this guy's just been slowly orbiting out towards this thing. And I've already got something going off from the moon. Yeah, I already slung something off the moon that's now trying to get an encounter to mid-miss, which is going to be making the orbit really big until like it gets in that counter. I probably did not efficiently, time-wise, did the best thing towards mid-miss, but whatever. Like, I tried to be the most efficient of Delta V for that. And this guy is trying to get to... This guy has... Yeah, this... I guess it's not technically a nuke. It just seems like a nuke. That big symbol. The nuke engine. Always been calling it the nuke engine because of that. I'm just seeing the chat again that big reason why I try to explain all what I'm doing is because I'm pretty certain it's going to be just boring if I'm just sitting here doing stuff and not saying anything, and like it's just silent. And there's not like much to be lurking, and I'm sure it won't be like that interesting on your end. Just so we focus. On this. And I feel like my face is a little out of center. Here we go. I know that the avatar probably looks like is opening the mouth just slightly, like this. Probably because I do that a lot too. So it is kind of accurately capturing what my mouth's doing. Yeah, target is that guy. Which, let's go at target. Actually, move myself towards retrograde, which is towards really where the burn is. After 5 hours, these guys will do a maneuver. So we could do a quick save just in case I need to. Yeah, that was the one I just... Yep. Yeah, I don't need to worry about that maneuver action at all. Let's have an idea. So now I am pretty much equal. I gotta spin around here. Oh, I see. It's this direction. I'm going towards you. I should. Yeah, I have a bunch of monopropellant because I do need that. This guy. I'm gonna actually switch to locked at this point. So I can get an idea. Does he have possibly a good view? That's not what I meant to do. Not mean to get you out. View. Never mind, you do not have a good view. I guess it makes sense he doesn't have a window right in front. So actually I need to go back to auto because I need to spin you around. Do you need a... This happens to take longer than 2 hours. Be nice to just get to where I can like be connected to it. There's our satellite that we're trying to do. Probably should have had a engineer in this one. look for in the compass where. We're upside down. No, we're right side up. Let me see, does this have the action groups? It has the antennas. Yeah, I put the arming on that thing. Yeah. Which should just arm it now. Yeah, we got 2 hours until we got, well, in-game time, 2 hours until it does the other ones. Try to grab like trying to grab the middle of it. There we go. Got it. Okay, now where do you need this moved? Probably want to retract that. Just in case I bend it. Probably would have been a good idea to grab onto this guy, but let's say ensure that the power. Oh, is it because like it needs to be like on? Is that what? Ensure the probe has an antenna that can generate power. Make it orbit around Kerbin. We'll see. Okay, one, we need to turn it like this. I wish it's shown how much it's like doing. So I can't tell. Manually input that, okay. Agency Dinkelstein. The 7 million. Yeah, so this is it. You need to move that to this. Wish there's a way that we could just. Oh, there is such a way to. Oh, is it? Did I set something else on target? Did I set you as target? Oh, what did I do? Or not what I wanted to set as a target. There is no way to. I don't know why it does that. It doesn't give us an option to just. Yeah. Do that burn just to. When's that burn anyway? 23 minutes. Go back to board. You can't run that. It's probably going to be annoying to actually push because we're going to be kind of lopsided. So it's going to be kind of a fight to probably. But this thing has no power of its own, so I guess this is what we have to do. Do this burn to all ease in just to see if. Okay, it's able to hold. wasn't sure if it was going to like jolt me around or something because I'm not very evenly balanced from where the thrust is pointing, or where the rockets may point. That's good enough. Just wanted to flatten that to try to. Oh yeah. You know what? Let me go the other way because I think now I need a. Probably went a little more. Yeah, it's probably like as close as I can get for that. But now it's like doing a maneuver like right here and shifting it like this. Without doing a moon encounter. I'm just trying to like match these things up with each other. Oh, that's why it's a slight little movement of that. Yeah, it's very tricky to like get this really close. It's always so tricky. I think I need to push it down just a little bit. Is that going on? Yeah. I basically make these lines intercept. Okay, that's probably as best I can do it. Yeah, right there. I think that made it like intercept right there. So now I could do like another little correction. But mainly burn this way to centralize this orbit to that. And now it'd be like start burn 44 minutes. Well, still, that's the next thing that will happen. With the other guys, are they find them? I got this satellite science junior going around there. This guy's still going out there. It's going to take forever to get out there. Just slowly flying out there. Oh, it's these two guys. It considers them rovers when they're not. After I do this burn, then this should be done. And I could like let go of this and should be able to complete it. do that. Just me pushing the satellite. I gotta watch this window just to try to get these like very close to each other. I'll extend that out just in case it. Well, it's in the orbit. Let me do this. I'll let go of it. There we go. We got it. We released it into its orbit. There, another 30,000 for us. Not a lot, but we got a little bit of science and a little bit of reputation. Pretty soon, like once I'm happy with science, I might turn some of those, like either turn them off or just change them up to like, so I could get better reputation, because I'm struggling with getting like better missions essentially. But this should be, yeah, it's in the orbit that it liked. So yeah, that contract's done. Switch back to this guy. And it's simply deorbiting. Be deorbiting this get it back down to 80,000, and then consider what to do from there. I'd like to go around there and then see if I could like aim after station. It's basically going to be retrograde, I'm sure. Now it's flying way over there. Let's see what direction I'm going to fly from it. Actually, it'll be like that. And next thing is Jebediah's maneuver. So I guess he's going to reach there first. Satellite, slowing myself down so I could fall into Kerbin's orbit. Well, I am in Kerbin's orbit, but get down closer to it, falling closer to the planet. So like 416. So I did get like, it's like 2 million, but I used most of that money to upgrade my science so I could get like those big science pieces. Oh, you know what? I could just do that, like, just pay attention to that, really. Just put that down to like 80,000. There. Because when I have so much fuel, it's like I might as well use that to slow down than to risk any like air braking. Because I didn't exactly design it with any heat shields to take on such air braking. I think we're close enough we could just put those away. With all the different action things or so, it's like I'm gonna have to be like standardized what action groups to set those, or I'm going to have to whatchamacalled. We gotta switch to this guy though. Before I do, I want to do this. Equalize this. Close enough. Just call it maneuver, because at this point it doesn't matter. Yeah, it'll happen much later than the other ones that are just about to reach theirs. But yeah, I was thinking of saying like matter of either hit the same kind of buttons, or I'm going to just have to keep like each rocket, which is pretty much how it's turned into. Because like sometimes it's like there's no better layout on setting those action groups. And I also forgetting like what I want to set them as. So it's to where yeah, just yeah. You can distract it on something on the side. Okay, we are getting a lot of these missions like done. Like all at once. These guys already did their contract. They're just coming back home. And then I need to do like more mid-miss stuff. Depending how much crazy amount of fuel or whatnot, like it's hard to see that I'll be able. And also, I don't think I'll have like the room unless I could just grab it with the claw and just haul it with me. But I do have a part to get on mid-miss. It's just likely I won't have the Delta V to like probably do that, and I would need to grab another rocket to do it. Yeah, then there's another part that's on the moon, or an orbit around the moon. And it's connecting. This guy is, or one of my guys is finally going to mid, which is actually like, now that I did that cyanide, the next thing that's due to do is the mid-miss one right up there. And the satellite. So basically doing these contracts, like get like a free satellite out of it. And more satellites just means more signal bouncing. Even with this station. So you got all these like signals. Oh, even this guy's struggling to have a signal way out here. Which, if he loses connection, then he won't be able to change maneuver nodes. I wonder why this thing has so much power. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I gotta. We just switch to this guy. Starting to learn how to use all these like little alarm clock maneuver things. We don't need green lines all over the place. Or at least put that on. These guys don't think have a signal thing, no. Which is actually a problem if they ever actually need to do maneuvers, now I think of it. Maneuver, orbit maneuver, yeah. This somehow change around now. I need that was toggle map. You want to do it like mouse way. Comes the sun. I think there's a little bit of unbalance perhaps with just how where he sits. Oh, and then the battery around his head. Yeah, there is quite an unbalancedness. Interesting. Okay, so he's orbiting around. He's already missed that. What time would he be on to do that? Would that be? Yeah, so the other one's like, yeah. At this point, I'm not going to bother changing names. It's just gotta do this maneuver, then gotta do that maneuver. I'm going to do a quick save. I'll probably just get this one landed first. Like, I'm not in some like extreme time constraint. So I'll just like work on them one at a time once I get her into orbit, or in an equalized orbit here. I've seen some visual mods that like do make these rockets look a lot nicer. They plume out like as a cone, which I guess is more realistic. It's just, I kind of don't want to bother with having to find any other like mods to throw on. And I'm not sure which one, but like if I do, if I'm pointed out which mods to like just use simple visual ones, like Like it'd be nice to just do, yeah, let me, yeah, that's good enough. Sometimes in space, it's good, with how big things are, it's good enough. I don't need like perfect equalized orbit. Now let's switch to this one, just I do know that it's gonna, the plan's gonna keep rotating, so I'm gonna have to like be doing that. Yeah, that's probably about like as good as I want. And you're bend it up just a little bit here, just to make some use of doing the maneuver. So I'll do a quick save because now it's going to be, do have another maneuver in 6 minutes. Won't be horrible if I miss it. Because that would be just this guy just passing by. And he's not passing by any atmosphere, so should not be any worry. A good thing I'm landing on sunlight. But now that this guy is going in the atmosphere, I do need to like control him. Do that before I'm not able to do the parachutes. I kind of stuck them on like without caring really on oh yeah, this port also is probably lopsiding it. But yeah, there's not really any care of like where these go. Okay, want to have that up, I guess, to actually see my time frame. So I happen to meet it nearly happen at the same time. I am burning through some energy just to keep myself steady against. Yeah, as you see, I'm like slowing myself down to also try to aim for. I think that's good enough because I think I'm gonna slow down a lot more. I think this is going to arc inward. And it's a matter of like if I really need to slow myself down anymore without letting myself burn up. And seeing this is just tank and this little engine, and it's taking all this heat. Though there is settings you can make it so it's like even harder. And you like have to use like heat shields. I'll just toss that off. Great. And then my next maneuver is like a minute left, and I gotta wait for this to like float down. So I might miss the maneuver. Just because you can't really switch out of this. See, like it even grays out. Why it just allows me to do like a warp to it. Afraid to like do a quick save or like I don't know if that's gonna like break things if I reload from that. But I'm curious on hitting like next warp. Oh, that just does that. Okay. Yeah, it is about the. Let's just hit close for now. You see, I didn't even care to do any sort of what's it called? Comfort. Just having him alive, landing on the ground was the simple goal of this capsule and making it as light as possible. Almost like an escape pod thing. Just thrown and that was like I even have some extra fuel, plenty enough fuel to just get this guy over to here. Yeah, 3 minutes past the maneuver. Even a little bit of harsh landing. We can recover that. The only terrible thing on the other thing is the yeah. Well, the main point with this is to get Jebediah back. I guess he didn't. Okay, we need to switch to here and see where. It just means I might have to just orbit around again, which that's fine. Yeah. If anything, like, I still could do this. Just. Oh, that shrinks that down. Okay, no, I don't want to do that. It's too late on that. I could attempted to like slow down right here. Is there even enough? No, there's not enough to like burn the whole way to. Yeah, we'll wrap around again and just do that. Let's aim a little. Well, I need to aim like a bit more like that. And I can just go in another circle. So I'm gonna tilt up a little bit too. We'll try to aim like way over it this time. So we got plenty of fuel to keep slowing down. And we'll just worry about that one when we get like ready on it. We'll just delete that one. We got 9 days till that maneuver. And then I could like relax and just like go back to one rocket at a time. This is really hard to like hold still once you touch it. Once I move my light stick just a little bit, it just went crazy. But I just have it hold there and then. So yeah, good thing I put pilots in this. These things are probably require a pilot to really control the duties. Right, even quick save here because that's. Looks like I might miss it, but I kind of prefer it's a little safer to go aiming for the water than trying to aim before the base. Let's see it. Need to go down. Wait, stop. Ah, I was trying to see if I could steer it a little off to the right. That was too late, or didn't have any fuel anyway. Oh, do that. I guess I went slow. Oh, that I was going to say I must have gone so slow that yeah, I didn't even do barely any. I slowed myself down enough that I didn't burn any amount on the atmosphere. We can let you just drop. I was hoping I could. I should have done even more because I'm still going to fall on the ground. It looks like, but that's fine. Spin. Just a matter of just do that, and it just has the power to just instantly stop itself. Bonk. I was gonna say, I was wondering why that this one's like going down slower, but like, oh yeah, because I use more of the fuel trying to like get closer. So yeah, there we are. Just about got these two pilots back. Might make a little rescue rocket to just get three of my Kerbals on another station that are getting like basically no science. And just get those guys back home sometime. Yeah, we're rolling along. There we go. You know, it would be really crazy, just over the top, trying to be like the most efficient. Is you could, instead of recovering that, you could then deploy some like giant uh crawler or something and basically roll all the way to the parts that like land around the ground way back there, or even if it's like in the water and just like grab them, like basically be a massive crane, like a thing that's like a big crane with like a claw, just depending on like how big parts that you're planning on grabbing. Pick them up, bring them over here, and then you get like 100% value. Just plopping them onto the launch pad. Or even just dragging them on this runway. I think this runway would give you 100 recovery as well. But yeah, 3,500. Really very little recovery. And you leveled, hooray! Okay. Gotta go to you, because you're just like going in a circle now. Probably need to turn all these probes to be like relays or something. Just so it's like easier for me to like click on what to. Because if it's something that it's a probe that I don't know. I think this helps my sanity of what's actually flying or that has Kerbins. Yeah, we could I wonder how much science like those. Oh, you know what? I could probably unlock it and to like put it right out the thing out of my station. And that's the thing is like because now I got like these new places, I probably should launch my like airplane orbital thing and try to get to these and just fly to them. See if I get like any science out of them. But yeah, this is the guy that had just simply the very space efficient claw thing. And it has enough parachute that it just doesn't have a parachute that slows it down, so which I wonder if I can like what's altitude's 1,000 on this, and this is that. I might put it to deploy like sooner. To like help it like slow down a little bit. But first it needs to do this maneuver that I missed last time. But had to miss it because I was waiting for the pilot to float down. And in this game, if you like just if you load out, like if you load to something else other than what's happening in real time right there, they will just vanish. So, or like basically they would just as if they exploded. which is kind of annoying, but if it can't simulate physics on stuff that's like way billions of dimensions away within the game. Talking so softly like this makes my throat dry. That's why I have this water bottle. So I can try to still talk softly because of the time zone and stuff. Or the time that it is that I tend to get on. 4, 3, 2, 1, burn. I do like that. Like, it makes more sense. Like, I used to like mentally try to just start burning half of the count before the node hits with like the pin with a time, because like ideally that's like the closest to do the maneuver as possible with like the time that it takes of burning. Because of course you can't get like instant meters per second of speed right at the very moment of that burn. This one is a lot more stable than the other little capsule things. They were like really tiny little things. Okay, now look at that. Still. Oh wait. Well, this is the. You know what? Just because I see it there, I want to see if I could try to land on that one. I'm going to do a quick save. And we'll do a maneuver that pulls us down. Then inward. I'm probably going to have to do it like further out like that. Just but mainly I want to try to, well, I do think of like I need to aim like it like over there, so probably need to have it like down a little further, just because this turns. Just checking something. Okay. I guess we'll pull it up just a little bit. Probably do more corrections as I get closer. No, I think that's actually close that. Let's see how that goes. Don't have any science with you to like, but then again, you don't get a lot. You don't get much science on Kerbal anyway. Especially at this stage. Like, I need to get to like other planets really. But still trying to grind back my money. Which would be nice to get enough money to be able to put as many parts as I want on a rocket. Which I don't mind having the restriction, because at a certain point it gets like a little too much when you're just too much. So, I'm going to even add a maneuver here. I want to basically do burn like that. And probably aim about there, because count for the rotation, and when it deploys parachutes is going to hopefully be like over that. Just a lot of times let's aim a little shallower, and then I could like burn more as I get closer and closer. Like, I'm trying to do it like stages of where and this is also a pilot, so it should be like pretty easy as well. But then again, closer I get in the atmosphere, the less this can do. Let's just do it now. Actually, I feel like that's gonna be plenty enough, actually. Let's see where this takes me. Yeah, from the atmosphere slowing me down, it's going to do quite a bit for. Oh, if those blow off, yeah, those are solar panels. That's fine. Totally fine if those blow off. I want to burn a little bit more. There it is, right there. A little off. Which, at this stage, I can't really point myself other than retrograde. I think even if I, like, let go of that, yeah, the wind is just, my momentum and wind is making me, yeah, see, I probably should have not. Now I'm going to drop kind of like right there. I always do that. Try to like arch it just very close. But that's pretty close actually. I guess I made them all come out at the same time. I guess it was like the minimum pressure or something. But either case, that's fine. Yeah, I wish I'd gotten a little closer, but I'm not going to keep retrying that just to see it. I'd rather get a plane and fly right up to it if I want to like get ensure I get like onto it. If I fly a plane over there, that would be the easiest way. That deploy, I guess 2,000. Boy, maybe that's what the this altitude one is. But we're 7. So what I'll do is when we get close, I'm gonna just burn. Have this point like right at retrograde. Which doesn't help that it has like basically no charge, but when I get pretty close to the ground, I'm just gonna do that. Actually, I guess I'll do it now because this thing's weak anyway. At least burn off some of the fuel and then it's afraid it's going to do that, but you know what? That's actually fine. I broke just one canister of this. That's like ooh, 500 maybe. What I am curious about is this thing over here. What? Oh, it's just like a base. Kind of curious of like all the little things that's like down there, but yeah, this thing doesn't like what I tried to tilt it just so I kept my parachutes. I hate that it can't. Is there a is there a mod that like keeps your parachutes until like you tell them to like disappear or something or cut off? Because I would like to have it so like I was trying to tilt this thing so it can like start just tilting over without without issue. But yeah, we successfully landed. Just broke a little bit because of it falling over. I was thinking of having, oh, before I see a career report from over here. Yeah, see, 1.5 science. Sure, it's a different place, but like, yeah, nothing worth it. And I figured that that's the capsule to get out. Actually, it was on the side, was it? Let me see. Oh, it's on that window. Okay, good to know. It's that window. It's hard to tell which thing is like actually the door. Okay, let's recover. I don't know if there's that one little tiny piece that like didn't get recovered, but I can simply grab that if need be. $11,000. Da, 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 da. I wondered if that was like more. Oh, and then I want to. Yeah, see, liquid fuel, 166 funds. It's like, sure, I saved some money having some fuel, but like it's really unnecessary. All right, so the sixth. So where I landed was like far off. So I lost a lot of the value because of that. Yeah, see, 63%, 63.2% value. So I did lose quite a bit. So I guess it's always land at this base. Otherwise, you're just kind of wasting money. But it's really not that much of like another getting 40,000 more. That would have been like best, like 17,000. Just roughly thinking the math in my head. Like, well, maybe 18,000. Like, it's something a little more than like half, or a little bit less than half. That's what I'll gain back. And I guess you didn't gain much XP, but you didn't do much. You were just the claw guy for that one contract. So yeah, now we could do save 2. Which, you know what, let me check. Yeah, save 2. It's the next one. So yeah, at this point, I'm like committed to keeping with having max research and just working with the money that I have. And see, I mean, if I do something like this, you get like 200,000. Oh, 30 science. Well, that's why. Oh my goodness, I have to go to Eve. On a suborbital trajectory over Eve. Oh my goodness. And it's only 5 years. I'm not sure if I could do that one. It only expires 45 minutes. I don't know. want to grab this one because these never expire. It's really good if we could find those. Another curveball. It's just like. I think it's not even in a capsule. I guess we'll get yet another curveball. But yeah, I'm almost like, what's altitude 90,000 to 1,000. This airstream protection shell. Oh, is that one of the? Oh, you know what? Let me see. I think I know what that is. No, not that. Guess not. What is that part? Airstream. A helicopter blade? What? Oh, I guess you could basically make a helicopter. I doubt that's gonna like work well. There's those grip pads. Oh, they're not that heavy. Looks like, okay. But yeah, I'm thinking of like doing this because I probably want to like have this weather analyzer. Like probably unlock these two things at least. So yeah, let's just commit to this. And grab that right away. And it's nice to have this just in case you need like a relay that's really tiny. Let me see, is this one just like better? Yeah, this has like the prograde retrograde. This is pretty nice. Like an upgraded. So I'll get that one too. It's nice to have tiny little decoupler things. And then that's like tiny little communicator. Guess I'll get just all the rest of the like tiny peak parts. They're actually pretty useful. This is like even tinier probe. But yeah, that like get this so we can like get even more science. I'm just not sure what's the part that it's talking about. Like more science thing there. I was thinking it was that, but like I'm guessing it's not that then. And what is it? What part are you talking about? Because I may get this just because of the, which it'll be like something I have to strive through right away. I didn't think the next very thing to go after is Eve. As long as I don't have to land on the thing. Well, landing on Eve is actually pretty easy. It's getting off it is the difficult thing. But flying by Eve is probably not that bad. It's just I worry about if I take so many years to get to it. Because when you go to interplanetary orbits, then it's you are looking at like years. I certainly am probably gonna like look up when is best to actually leave off of Eve or to go after Eve. But I was hoping that before I do any like other planetary stuff was to finish this guy. Because then after this, then I'll probably give a mission for Duna finally. After I just get 2 vessels in orbit and then dock them. Which, you know what? I could just put a rocket up there. It has 2 things connected, split them off, and then reconnect them. Like, I don't see a point. Needing to. I wonder if grabbing with the claw counts as like docking. I'm kind of curious about that. I'm wondering why my eyes, when I look over, it feels like my eyes are looking up for some reason. I don't know. Probably will save before I grab this. Because there's things I want to like see, and it's like a limited amount of time, and I don't want to like miss grabbing that. Let me see, is it like just, I'll save over 3. So I want to also check. Got like 40, 54 minutes really to worry about. But like, he's there. I don't know if I already lost the time of. I might be thinking of Duna. There is like a mod that you could just input destination and stuff. It does that for you. This one has Star Trek. Why is this? It's not so simple to.
Today, I'll be going.
When I have to watch a video to just figure out one little quick thing, man. Looks like it would take a year, 308 days to get to Eve. Should pause time. Going this one to pause time, so I'm not like wasting time. You ever like have like something pop up like it looks interesting or whatnot? You're probably gonna watch it, and then like no, because you refreshed or something, now it doesn't exist. It's never there. You never find it again. It's gone. And now it's gonna drive me crazy because I was like, what was that video of? And looks interesting, and then Now it's like gone. I don't even remember. Like, need to look at like, but that's like one of the things why I like sometimes that causes me to feel like I need to like watch everything just so it doesn't disappear and then like never see it again. I don't know how to read this chart thing that this video is showing. It's like just full of lines and numbers, and it's like that makes no sense. And I don't want to have to like listen through a video right now to just figure out one simple answer. I want just a picture of like, okay, orbit like this, or orbit here and here. This is when you like set off. That's all I want to know. Why is this so hard to find? I'm curious if I can be in position to like do this. Someone that did like something 11 years ago and he has like 5 heat shields in front of the this is hmm, I don't know until like I actually try to go for it. I like one of those things like I don't know if I could possibly fail this one until I actually go and try it. Hmm. I feel like I have to like look under YouTube because oh, so E's orbit is much faster than Kerbis, so two bodies align roughly every 14.7 days. These alignments create transfer windows where you can send a ship from Kerbin to Eve with the least possible delta V. I'll define the use the KSP launch window planar. Oh, of course, it's just like, oh, just use this launch window. You know what? I might close the game just to throw on if I could find this one mod before I make this decision on this. Because you know what? I would like this sort of planner and figure out these good to be because like in the career mode you have to like be as efficient as you can. Ideal launches when you I'm curving parking orbit prorate burn. It would be ideally to like it would be nice to find like a certain amount of um how much delta V that you technically want. It's showing something of like 1,000. That's just 1,040. A 18-kilometer Kerbin orbit, so basically orbit that I like to get around. A program burn of 1,040 meters a second can put you on a direct Eve transfer with an additional 30 delta V for incline match if needed. Transfer is relatively short. No, so I'm guessing you want probably I'd want something around like 6,000 delta V meters a second, basically. So the 4,000 to confidently get in orbit, and then the extra 3,000 to like, yeah, I'd probably be like 8,000. Like once again, like just so like get around to like the moon and back, like enough that's like moon and back, but then you don't. Yeah, we'll have to see what like. Um, first, I have to look at my. I knew I was gonna like forget where I had this thing stuck on. Why don't I have it as a as in the I have it in the downloads. Apparently there's updates. Okay. Go. I don't know. just one of those things that like I grab it and it's like I'm going to be committed to it. But it looks like there's plenty of windows for me to do it. And it doesn't take that long to get to Eve as I'm thinking of. It's apparently not years or something. I guess like when you get further out, then it does become like longer and longer because you're going like really slow out there. But when you're getting closer in, it's a little faster. Mhm. I'm looking on my other screen, just trying to figure out some things. Well, thanks for the follow, 7656, some random number. Is that really the name that you doing, or I worry if it's like just a bot, because that is a suspicious kind of name of just being numbers. Not a lot of people just name themselves numbers. But otherwise, welcome. I'm trying to see if I could find like a simple, quick, like, you know what, let me just like look up. So I don't know if there's a, if this mod exists on this. Comprehensive. Oh wait, this is a website that's like for it. Let me see something. Eve. Yeah, I might as well start the game back up. This looks like I don't even need to worry about. Yeah, I'll actually close out of that because I don't want to affect the game while I'm like playing it. I have my mod manager thing open on it. It does help like refreshing it though. feel like my raccoon was staring at the ground too much. Isn't there a way to like pause in here, or is it like? Is it like? I need to look at something on Eve. Anyway, there. What's that? How high? Of course, it's just touching the atmosphere is what they want me to do. And I recall you want to burn like this way when you get out of orbit. Kerbin. And a moon transfer could like help a little bit of that, but like it can depend. What I was like wanting to look at is the date time here to like there's not a way to pause it there. You see, now I got 49 minutes to accept this mission. So yeah, I think I'll accept this mission. Yeah, altitude 90,000. So it is above. Like, very low orbit of it. Just above the atmosphere. And hey, if we could bring a bunch of science over there, that would like give us a bunch of science. Date format. Oh, I see. This is like saying date format. I see. Earliest departure, I could like do like 2 years from now. What does I do 3 years? Okay. What is this telling me though? Time of flight days. Departure date days from epoch. I'm going to put this under favorites bar. I have one for Kerbal. There. Trying to figure something out. So I'm trying to figure out what this is telling me. So if I depart like so this amount, so it is around that. The least you probably want to go with is 6,000. It's possible to do it like 2,560 delta V to get over there. I guess you gotta account for like getting back to, so times that by 2. So yeah, I could see about, it'd be best if I could like get 10,000 delta V. Looks like it would take a whole year to do the thing. Yeah. Constantly goes out of center, maybe because I shift my position around. But I'm really confused on how to read this thing. Very confused. That's why I'm like staring at this and thinking. That's why I just want a picture of like, you want this orbit to be here. You have it around here. That's all I want to see, and there's no one showing that. Just no one ever made like a transfer picture diagram for each planet. Like, this is when you want to encounter this. On just an example, like I do know that there's like a lot of different position possibilities kind of thing, but it's like, at which stage of the orbit do you want to Okay, so it's basically like a eighth section. Yeah, so it's like 45 degrees, I guess. Looks like when you want to, like, at least this one picture show, like, if that's correct, rather than it just showing, oh, burn the preface is like right here. But I do see that Eve is like there at a certain point. Right. Well, that's since where you should. And it's 305.87 degrees for. Is that what that's saying? It's so hard to read. Sorry, there's like really not much going on at the moment. I'm trying to figure this stuff out. Or feel like I'm confident that I've figured it out by looking at instructions. But yeah, and it seems like it's like an eighth of Eve being behind Kerbal. But then what about transferring back? Well, transferring back won't matter too much. Okay, I guess I'll figure that out later. Or just have them just a long trip back. I don't know. It's just such a sudden mission to just throw at me that I would like to accept. And it's just really hard to tell if I. Worst, it's like we're gonna lose. Or we would lose a lot of reputation. Why do we gain like so? Well, I guess we'll get like 21 plus more than 30. That's a lot. You know, I probably should put the sign over to reputation. Let me look at this thing. So I would like to get more reputation if I can. Reach. I might do Casa. Do I want to like? I feel like I want to do that. I think I'll just cancel out these strategies. What's the one that I just canceled? What's this? Which could upgrade it, but like, well, it costs a lot to upgrade it. But now, yeah, it'll be just 9 science and then 16 reputation. Oh, that's more like kind of like the struggle of my money on these things. Yeah, see now, look how much they're gonna give me. So yeah, let's cancel some of those things. Like, I was trying to get like, Like, I'm noticing the science was not really, like, unless get like so much amount of the science. So I was struggling on some. Then again, felt like I was getting a lot of money anyway, so it's why I wasn't. But now I need to get my money back, so. Even like it's going to give me a good amount like advance. So test AF airstream protective shell. Like I feel like that's a heat shield or something. What part is that? Test a airstream. What is this part? I don't even know what part you need me to test. Do I have to literally go through every piece like this? Oh my goodness. Do have a few new community things of this. But that part, yeah. Micro struts. I got that little. Yeah, this was the nose cone that I think I wanted like before, but I didn't have. I recalled that having that. Oh, is it this thing? Or one of these? Oh, it's the big giant one. Okay, so I gotta do kind of. You know what? I'll house all my science stuff into this. And we'll make something with this big engine. And we'll use our advance. Probably use like the advance money that we just got. So, yeah. So I think I'll like for a while have it. I'm going to do another save now. Committing it to that. Be save 4. Which have 6 contracts. It's going to say that I have 7 now. Oh, did I? I did a quick save 7, which now it's going to be way in the middle of this. Don't want that. Yes. But yeah, I think I need to get my reputation up higher just so I could get better jobs. I've been keeping it from going up higher, and I had that other strategy going to like, I remember like way like earlier, I figured I was going to struggle to get like science. To get this back, I would have to like spend like nearly all the money that I have again. But if it costs that much, then it would be 1 science for each. See, it like lowers it down. Even then, like 10,000 funds to get 1 science. Actually, not a lot. So all that expense, like I could do like a little bit like this, just to get like. That would be like a little bit of cost if I had like more science, but like I think at this point, like to get better, to get more chunk of science now is, for one, I certainly will save for getting more these scanning tech, and then I could get like a lot more science. But yeah, now we got a contract that has like kind of a deadline. Not that one, this. And now some of these missions, just because I changed my pattern things, I didn't get the advances, but at least that gave me like some science and sense from those things. I'm going to get like a good amount of money from these things. If I could possibly shoot off a lab into there, like one of these orbitals, like this. This one's a better one. Yeah. It's a little bit more expensive, but like it's the same weight. So it's like this one's like the more dominant one. But yeah, thinking of like probably I'd have to like commit to certain Kerbals to that mission. Like 2 scientists if I want to bring a whole lab thing, and probably bring a whole lab thing. Maybe 1 pilot that possibly can get back with like a little pod. But I won't shoot this thing. Like I'll redesign a whole new thing. What I'm thinking of, but these something to probably consider because I have the ability to get like these big engines. I'll wait for buying that just in case I need a. Which do have a Kerbal, which I think I designed this decent enough. We could change this out. We got a better thing now, that. We'll just do 13. I do have that other, still that other thing that's like on its way, but it's like 8 days away. Big orbit for mid missile, like, yeah. So now it really is like I want to like set off certain things first before worrying about that. Now I could like wait for him to go all the way around here, but yeah, probably should do that. Would be the most efficient use. Well, I didn't have to like orbit around. We'll just set off now. I have plenty of Delta V on this thing to not need to worry about that. And I got prograde option for this. So there's that. Going a tad fast there. And now I could do autopilot on that and just control the throttle. Because as you see, it laterally just tilts to the side. Probably let it go to 30 seconds now. Though it depends if the next stage doesn't. Which, you know what, I should like boost it like good ways off. So I need to stage off it. Wait, is this? This is the one that. Oh. That's right, that's how that one was. I'll let it just do its own like auto recover thing because. Wait, why am I going like retrograde? Let me see something. Control from here. Okay. I think whatever I was controlling was like kind of like strange and messed up. But I'll let stage recovery do its thing on that. I remember I set it so I really should have had like this thing armed and stuff, because like I think I would want to change that whole stage anyway. Like maybe do a different version of this. Let myself catch up to the Apis. But then again, like I need to set, so there's an intersection right here. Right, that's going the wrong way. Hello, Fetza Plap. Welcome. Yeah, let's just do that maneuver and figure out the other. Yet another little quick rescue here. Okay, did recover it. A lot less. Like it recovered farther away, but that's fine. I didn't feel like flying that whole thing again. I want to kind of design this simple rocket a little bit differently. Maybe do like a double stage thing until it gets to this orbit. Just so I'm like getting less of, or like then, so I like, hopefully it's just like simpler and just cheaper. Like, I don't know if I'll get it cheaper, but like just more simpler. Speed to this maneuver. There we go. Centralized. Or very closely. Guessing that's like technically an intercept. That's the case. And then we can do this. To allow it to catch up to us. Is that working? I hate that it doesn't like show for you. I don't like that it does that. I can't tell. Wait, is it? Oh, I think it's hidden underneath. It's very hard to read. Yeah, that would make for... Oh my goodness. Sometimes you're such a pain to like fiddle with. Oh my goodness. I want to fine tune things and it doesn't let me fine tune things. That's probably as best as I get. That's right. It's best I'm going to get. How you doing, Bets Plap? Or if that's how you say your name. Yeah, to get any closer, I would have to like shift the orbit out there a little bit better. But this helps. So I extend my orbit out. Just to show the rocket that I'm moving. Which is the thing with a very efficient rocket on it. Okay, nice. And what I probably can do, I wonder if, yeah, see, this is what would get it closer. In a way. But then it will like change the, yeah, you know what, never mind. Did that just so I can like warp around to it. We're heading pretty close to it. Probably should start just burning right now because this engine is a little slow on its. Matching orbit. There we go. Now to point to the target. So I could figure out where, yeah, you're pointing that way. And a good, like, somewhere above 10 meters a second is fine. And having a pilot, or yeah, having this new thing makes it like much easier. I always forget to like set that as hibernate when it's warping. Don't even need to use monopropellant, because then I just switch to this and there you are. You're another pilot. Always have to rotate the camera right like that just to orient myself. There we go. Transfer to you in. Boom, boom. Let's see. Just turn on flashlights in there. That, yeah, now it's the recover. Okay, now it's the land once again at the station. Or best we can. Set as target. Unset. Because that's the only way I can figure out to do that. I think we'll do it in the dark. It's just pointing prograde. case those don't fly. Let's go about like half as much, just to here. Yeah, there it is right there. Let's, if anything, aiming for the water, because I kept re-entering and hitting the land back there. It looks like now this time I'm like going way above it, so, but that was kind of planned, so. Probably safe to just turn that off. Just, if anything, burn out the rest of the fuel, just so I'm not as heavy. There. In a way, I probably should have kept the fuel just so I'm not going under 5 meters a second. Because this takes forever to float down. Seeing the time, it's getting really close to like a good spot to end. And I may see about my other guy. If that actually works out. Just on your back. It's because like the main bulk of the weight is on that engine. Yeah, 96,000, 96%, 96.7 to get good, most of it back, but like it's only 16,000. You already gained a level by getting here. There, and we got 56,000. Dude, like this guy. I'm gonna check. This is the one I just saved, yeah. I'm gonna check this lab again. $21 more science. Yeah, now it's getting under 5 science a day. These poor scientists just living in here. Hello, in bed. Should I just call you like bed? Because you're just your name's just about bed. Oh, got a little bit more science from this. I don't know what this does. This is like showing like what's happening on Kerbal when I'm like, yeah, so like I can see like Kerbal as we're like going by it. Interesting. Okay. Well, I don't need to switch. Like I can just switch to the here. I was kind of late on this one to like get to mid-miss. So I'm gonna have to do like kind of a big thing just but to make use of time, I need to like set off like some other rockets. Especially the big one for something else. But I would like to try like what goes on here. Got this like lander thing. It should be do that and that lock them? Yeah. Locked. So like I put it out like that and then have it locked. But probably leave them like up like that. You know what? Let's lock them place. They don't bounce around. Oh, you know what? I think I do need to have them like this. And oh yeah, that helps get our signal. We didn't even have that out. There we go. And have those out boom, charge up. So we'll just have this thing expanded out and ready. Then lock them so this thing doesn't bend or waste power. I almost feel like just warping up time just so I yeah, see 94 days. It's a good chunk of time just to like I did not set this off at a good like time. But I guess we'll go with it. Like very least, let's just do the 8 days of this one maneuver. Actually, let's halt it right here before I do that. What if can I possibly get an encounter? Only 4 days again. Even if I go straight at it or something, like I'm trying to counter it in like some faster way. Hard to pull these notes. It keeps showing as if like it's almost there, but like ah. Like these are, it's like I'm here and then it's there. So how would I slow myself down then? So it's there and then it's there. But then it just vanishes, like, it just vanishes away. Whatever I do with it. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, there's something flickering there. Almost had like an encounter thing. So finicky, man. You like refuse to just have an encounter. Just refuse. Why are you so difficult? Really? Oh my goodness. Oh, there's an encounter, finally. I'll be escaping orbit if I don't do anything about that. But that shouldn't matter. Yeah, we'll do about there. Okay. You know what? That's doable. This is actually doable. Instead of 90 days till like next maneuver. So I'm kind of changing this up. Very awkward thing. basically I'm just going to chase after it. Basically moving that direction because like how it lands. Oh, pretty soon I gotta just detach that off. It's almost empty. I guess we'll continue on this now. You launch that mistrust, yeah. No, this was not from Eve at all. Sounds more natural, but oh, you don't. Okay. Sorry, I was very distracted to see what you messaged there. I was fighting orbital nodes, as you saw. But finally got an encounter much sooner than originally was planned. Well, this is like 12 days. So I want to do I want to see something like zooming way out here. Am I missing any? Okay, I'm like this. When it gets to like here, is basically a window. And we put our line like that, and then this is about here. That's our window to get to Eve. From at least what I looked at. So we do want to keep that in mind. And how many days is this? If I do like a maneuver here, it is 10 days. Like, I kind of want to land and just kind of work with this thing. What was the window like? It was like every certain amount of days that I get a window. Just wondering if I want to just keep like continuing on this, or if that's like risking me running out of a contract. Because to do the other things, I have to basically. Let me see something if I increase that. I do it slower. I am. It kind of doesn't matter which direction I like fall from. Like Midmiss has like very low gravity, so it's basically getting over there and then just slowing ourselves completely down. Oh, this technically has only like 1 second burn left, and then it's all of this. Is there save though? Guess we'll save on 5 now. Yeah. A lot of thinking and contemplating. What I keep thinking of, like, what's best is to, like, this is going to be days really to go over there. Like, I can warp time up to it, but then it's like I'm not taking advantage of shooting off another rocket and stuff that also needs to go to mid-miss with like a few other contracts. One actually needs to go to like the moon to recover a part. Actually, explore mid. I keep thinking of this, but like explore mid-miss to to get 2 vessels to orbit and then dock them has no due date. So it's like we don't need to worry about that one. It's just doing this one. What I can do actually, you know what? I'll probably build a rocket that is very small and just has that part on it. And using, well, the thing is I don't know if any of my satellites are going to reach a probe all the way there. I may have to just have a pilot go all the way out there. Yeah, I want to do a save. Go to Space Center. Just recheck something in here. These recovery, yeah, see, like 9 years, 11 years. And this is like under 5 years. And this is the one I'm heading to do. Oh, here's a test heat shield. Landed on Eve. Oh my goodness. Why is it suddenly throwing all these Eve missions? Oh, and of course another rescue mission. Oh my goodness. I only got 5 hours. Yeah, I'm not gonna accept that one. Because I don't think any satellites that can reach that far away. And I don't want to like lose a Kerbal that it would take like so long until I can get something to like get the Kerbal back out. But yeah, be nice to get like that 582,000, but like be at a big loss to get that. Rescue another Kerbin. I'll feel bad not rescuing a Kerbin, but then again, like I don't need like more and more Kerbals. Let's just grab that one anyway. And I also gotta remember I gotta conduct all these surveys around mid-mass. Basically just do crew reports. Which yeah, seeing it like I can still what's the rescue? Yeah, we got 5 years to worry about him. Yeah, as much as I see, I should be good to just continue flying this. But seeing the time and knowing how this game goes, I gotta just call it now. Like, if I like paused a lot and just didn't do much at this end, I was gonna just bolt forward and just kind of like continue on this. But I'll be up all night if I continue on this thing. I just like this game has like taught me is like gotta like just quit even if you're in the middle of something because it's just this game just goes on and on and on. But yeah, again, to answer that one question, no, I did not launch I didn't launch any monstrous from Eve. I haven't even got to Eve on this save. I launched this from Kerbal, and this was like folded up in a shell thing. And Cinder Mash should be. I could just keep zooming in. Oh, it shows that up menu. Interesting. Legendary crab rover, yeah. I like to, like, especially when I design something that's going to land and move around. I like having really wide landing gear. I like making them very, like, basically fat landing, because it really, and I see it, like, I guess it's just the most efficient way to design them is to have like one little rocket and then like landing gear or just circling around that one thing, and then you're like you're trying to land a little pivoting top that just easily topples over, and it really bugs me when you just topple over like just by like minute movement. So yeah, 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 all that music. Let's go just space center just to be sure. Where was quick save one? I might just save over quick save one again. Guessing this is like when I like finished a contract. Most often I have all these several quick saves just so like if something drastically happened like that I just really want to like revert to just one like a few of those previous saves. Or mainly if like one of these gets corrupted, but like I'm trying to like deal with like if there is like any like accidental losses or like I have plenty of money. I actually got like more bonus by accepting like some of those missions. I think accepting this one like gave like, oh yeah, that gave like that big of a bonus. And I think just, yeah, that gave a little bit of bonus too. So that's why I 600,000. Yeah, 600k plenty. Yeah. It'd be better if I'm like 2 million again, but I had to spend like 1,600,000 or something. 600,000. It's like 1,690,000. That, of course, that they did it around that number. But yeah, I had to spend like most that money on this, but I've been getting it back. But we have this fully upgraded, so and that's why we're able to get this. Which we haven't bought this just yet, but I do very shortly plan to like just buy this. Which really I probably can like buy it now. Just in case, I want to like buy it when I'm like actually putting the rocket together. Yeah, mainly I got this because I wanted that seat. Didn't really care that much for these, but these are actually working nicely. That you saw on my crawler. Win airplane arc. Because I don't find very use of those airplanes. The amount of times I try to make a plane and just horribly flies. And secondly, you can never get those into orbit. There's just a lot of like not much use. However, I have made like something that is flyable, and it's just more easier. Even like, sure, it's more efficient if you can get a working plane and fly it to a spot, but it is so unpractical. It's like it's just easier to just shoot off a rocket, take what, maybe like 20,000 loss, if anything, and just aim the rocket on the spot of Kerbal. Like, it's really just Kerbal the most use of those planes are. You can't really make use, like, even Eve does not have oxygen to make use of its atmosphere. So like everywhere else, like I I know like Duna I think has a very tiny amount of atmosphere. I forget like if anywhere else other than Eve that has significant enough atmosphere to even make wings useful. And that's getting the thing over there with those wings, which wings have some weight to them. What planes are Here's the thing with Eve. Yes, it has even more thicker atmosphere. However, you have to use rockets. You have to use like just pure rocket fuel because there's not enough oxygen to make any jets fly in Eve. Lathe. Is that like one of the moons or something? Like, must be like a moon with like I I wonder if any of the other ones have any oxygen that make any usefulness of the jet aircraft. Because here's the thing, like I was in the midst of like attempting, like I think even a YouTube video did said this that even if you put like a rocket and try to make a plane that flies on Eve, you think it would be like efficient to get to orbit and stuff, but like no, it's not. You just That's why my giant rocket, I've like my monstrosity of a rocket landing on Eve and then taking off was, I think, the best efficient way that I found to get a Kerbin onto Eve and then back off. Like Eve is just like such a challenge. Oh, it's a Jules moon. Or Jules. Yes, you can either have a second set of engines to switch to high and Reaper engine. Those are not very efficient if you actually look at the efficiency of the engines. Like you're talking about these things. Like these things are actually not as efficient as like for one, as being even a rocket, they're not super efficient. And they're only doing 180 kn in vacuum. In atmosphere, engine 3,200 in atmosphere. Like with in air take, like I think they take a lot of in air take. I think it's like it's something like you gotta do like the math with these, and like these are like more efficient or something. But yeah, the advantage is like it switches to, and yeah, I guess if you like do that, like the trouble is I think even in sandbox mode basically, like ignore cost and whatnot. I could not figure out making a single plane that can get into orbit without just being a rocket. So at that point, just make a rocket. So, like, I don't know. Like, maybe there's a way to build a plane that, like, takes off from Eve efficiently. It's just in space. Like, it's very niche amount of situations to actually use those wings. It's just wings carry a weight, and in space, they're just dead weight. And then also any engines being useful for in atmosphere. They're just being carried dead weight in space. It's just mostly, yeah, and I really wanted to enjoy that process. Like, I really tried to make a plane that could just get into orbit by itself. Like, basically that single piece rocket. I don't know why. Maybe I was just very bad at still like engineering. I don't like the amount of trial and errors that like I felt like maybe like why I like kind of gave up on it is like on how many like engineered uh yeah, just trial and errors, just slapping things together, just seeing what possibly will eventually work. uh I just didn't want to keep on doing that until I eventually make one space plane. And I think I could just show like right in here. Here's my best working space plane. Oh, it doesn't even have the parachutes and whatnot. Oh, this is like totally different design. Switch editor because I did make a folder that's called Airline Kerbins. Here's my space plane, and I launch it with rockets because I can't get this silly thing into orbit other than using rockets. So there you go. And even with this, like for some reason, like all the delta V with these rockets, uh, just barely gets like this thing into orbit, and then this thing has a little bit of fuel, ideally to like deorbit itself. So that's the whole point of this thing, is to get to orbit, maneuver it a little bit, deorbit it, and then get it the fall into like the atmosphere, and then fly over to the target. Which this is I was saying it earlier in the stream, but this is the plane that I'll probably just reuse a few times to explore those other places. Maybe I'll get a better design on these like side things. Maybe I'll just make it thing just one thing in the middle, because like this is somewhat excessive. Also, it's kind of costly. But I do recover these 2 full pieces. And they are designed that when they're in orbit, I could deorbit them and get them to land safely. Because this was like during like when I didn't have this stage recover mod. I even recovered these because I realized like these recovered, safely landed enough. I could put now parachutes on these. I didn't care to put parachutes on these because I noticed that parts just disappeared. But that's what this thing helps with. Instead of just disappearing and just counting them like destroyed, if they have enough parachutes, this still like recovers them and counts it as like, oh, that stage recovered. However, it's not really counting for heatsink, so it's somewhat cheaty. Or heat shields, not heat sinks. Like, doesn't count for like heat if anything's like going too fast and burning in the atmosphere. Maybe it does. I'm not too sure. But I don't know. It's all kind of distracting. Somewhat distracting of when. Yeah, sorry. I was planning to just get off. Yeah, repair is not very efficient, but it is. Oh, rapier. Yeah, and I wanted to try to make use of the rapier, but I just didn't find any practical use for it. Because, what's the use of switching it to a rocket when it doesn't feel like it's the most efficient? And, like, for what I was making to get anywhere would, like, just burn out all its fuel anyway. So I would have had to put other rockets just to even get anywhere. So it's like, I don't know. I couldn't find a good use for it. And I think a lot of it was, I could have looked it on here. I do want to like just load in here for a moment because there was more space planes I made in here. That's when I was like exploring all to do with those possibilities, which I even made like landers. Like look at this thing. If you don't know which side you're going to land on, why not make it so it lands on both? That way you don't have to worry about if you're upside down. You're always just right side up. So yeah, there you go. And then yeah, on called failed because all of this, it still like would not fly correctly for some reason. Oh, I think I was trying to make this like get to atmosphere, and I think this just doesn't. Oh, that's how I do my front wheel. So yeah. Oh yeah. What do you know? Eve Flyer. This was me attempting to make something that lands onto Eve. I forget if I made something that could like take back off. Very long plane. I have my strategy. My guess is I couldn't create any of these Eve flyers to work properly, and so I resorted into a giant rocket. And here's just a space plane rapier. I'd have to like fly them, and that would take up time to see if it actually takes off or gets up. This is an attempt to like really push all this like Delta V mess. Though I think oh yeah, all these are like the oxidizers to try to like give fuel for that. I don't remember if this gets up there. What I recall is like everything like almost gets to orbit, but then like runs out of fuel, and it's just I maybe can get into orbit, and I think maybe like some of these do get in orbit, but then what next? Like just fly around Curva? Is that it? Also, this is a very expensive plane. Yeah, I wanted to relook at this. Alright, I just might unman correct. This was like very early start when I was like doing that first thing to grab that rover on the moon. That was just the aircraft. Oh yeah, then the crawler. Yeah, this was the later crawler, which I ended up using, but I was going to reuse this. However, I did not like when you took off or landed, like just shift of the weight was enough that these things tilted so much, and you had to like adjust its thrust limit like on the fly. I had to like quickly adjust these to try to give myself some balance. I need to turn the music volume down for myself. I feel like I'm having to talk very loud over the music. But yeah, I wanted to just relook at, kind of explore a little bit of those planes again, but yeah. The time flying by. It always happens. But yeah, I'm certainly not staying up all night. Let's see. Wondering who to raid here. Something I do feel like kind of just mentioning a little bit, I guess, like at the end. I was wondering of like mentioning it like at start a stream, but maybe it's good like at the end here. It is like more of a controversial topic to say. It's just, it is something that like I really feel the urge to want to like mention of like certain truths. And it's always kind of like all these like recent years around June, it's crazy to think like it's wasn't like such any like such a thing uh, years ago. It's I guess it's one of those things that like it's interesting to like think of like how much the world changed. But years ago, like there wasn't a whole thing of Pride Month, and the quick thing I want to like really ask like about yeah, controversial takes. Yeah. Big thing about like Pride Month is what is everyone celebrating? Because pride itself is uh, not a good thing to really strive for or to be proud of. Be proud of pride that you're so prideful. But maybe you're not, maybe like not thinking of it that way. The interesting thing, like if you look at it like in a biblical uh, worldview, yeah, biblical worldview is the easiest way to like just say it. You're like a scripture that always like comes to mind is the verse that's like that God opposes the proud but gives grace to the humble. It's like there's a reason God opposes prideful thinking. I saw a recent video. Uh, if you want to look up, I'll just mention like the channel because I encourage to kind of hear his points about the Bible. He explains it pretty well, like of the Bible, and it's Ken Hems, if you ever heard of it. I was thinking, ask you if sensitivity because it's interesting. Oh, and that's all fine. Yeah, that's you know what I'm going to allow that because it's probably it's just what you're like saying about all the filteringness, and I actually really like to have this stuff open because it kind of saddens me that people are so afraid to talk about it when it's really good to discuss about such things, even if we disagree on such topics. Because uh, just think of like Romans. Before I lose my train of thought on what I was just talking about, so Ken Hams did a recent video about Pride Month, and he made a good point on all the way back in Genesis. The first sin, the fall, was from pride. It's what Satan, one of the temptations he used, tempting Eve, was about pride. To like, uh, I'm blanking out on like how to say it. Like, this wasn't so much of like just do your own thing. Like, but yeah, that's basically what it was. Like, I guess I'm trying to like rethink of like how to uh re-explain again. Like he made a really great video of it. That's why I'd like just encourage to check his channel out. It's on YouTube, Ken Hams. Like I'll type out his name there. But I'm curious if I typed his name correctly before I. Yeah, that's a channel. You probably find him right on YouTube once you type in that very name. That was even 14 hours ago that he made that video. And it's only 8 minutes long. It's 8 minutes long. And yeah. And I guess like I wanted to just briefly just bring that up, like if anything, like at the end of the stream here, is I like just really plead that we should not celebrate just blatant sin. That's what Pride Month is, just celebrating. It's just uh, and it covers more than just sexual immorality that the Bible talks about. It's just saying that uh, why do I need a God to be authority over me? I will control my own. I'll make my own law, or what have you, or the whole personal autonomy. Like if you know the word, like is it called like autonomy? I think I'm saying that right. Autonomy. Basically, your own self decisions. A part of like any guidance, not just guidance, but like law or rules. Uh, but it's going a part of natural. That's what it's natural order. Saying that you make your own order. It's a lot of that, and so it's kind of ironic. Like it's interesting the irony of like it's even named Pride Month. Like yes, it's very prideful on if you're celebrating such all those things. Oh, you don't see? Yeah, sorry, I don't see the. I could kind of see it on the broadcaster a little bit. I think I probably missed it anyway. If I quickly like go. Sadly lost somehow like my rewind stream thing. Oh, I see it did like a funny face. Yeah. But yeah. I once did have those emote things. It's just I think I installed them like several times because I kept having to change a browser or something or went to a different system. Like I got tired of like refiguring out how you install it and then reinstalling it. So I'm sorry, I'm too lazy about that. But I think I kind of I think I mentioned like broadly what I mainly wanted to just mention about it. Like it's just more of the plead of the world to like really really look at uh that if you really see that it's not just like see it. Truth is that there has to be a God with how everything came to be. And if there's a God, then it's really concerning what what everyone's going towards. But it is like how this life is. Like it is certainly like a test of what are you going to follow after. Um, the very unpopular team. Yeah, and that's what's interesting too. It's like it's nothing about like the appeal designs of animal characters, but maybe there is something to do with that too that I should be concerned about. But as much as like I know other Christian, very honest Christian friends that that we have yet found anything biblically wrong about having just a appeal of cute, fluffy animal characters. of course, you can turn them sinfully by, especially when you go into just immoral sexualness and sexualizing things. You could sexualize pretty much anything, and that, of course, is just sinful. But just design character with an animal design, the what is it called? The humanomorphic something, that big long complex name. Uh, I haven't seen anything wrong with just that itself. So, yeah, just to answer that a little bit. I don't want to bait you into streaming for longer than you need, but I was wondering this for a long time, and then I recently heard this hypothesis about why the community and modern pride community seem to be almost distinguishably these days. Maybe we can talk. Oh yeah, and if you could find me on Discord, that's the best way to message me. Is like the most often thing that I would see with messages is on Discord. Like it, I guess, like became like kind of a popular thing to use. Being like Rezillo would be like the easiest way to find my content. Otherwise, like I'm simply the very same name, Rezillo Riker, on Discord. But if you don't have any connections, you might have to send me a friend request, and I don't like to have to accept friend requests, but if it's the only means to message me by friending me, then I can understand that. Yeah, I don't have any. Sorry, I don't have a bot thing that says it's in my about channel if you want to find it. But otherwise, I don't have a command to really do that. Okay. But yeah, and that's probably why I should leave with is like if anyone really wants to like message me, even if like you're seeing this in YouTube, you know what? Just so it shows up in YouTube, because I plan to like put this on YouTube. Even if like this was like nothing about like the topic of this video, but I always like to like leave it open. I really find it's a really good importance to discuss if anyone does have questions. I'm trying to quickly find the information of this link. If you want to find the Discord server I'm talking about. So that's the link, which shows up on the screen right here, and that's my quick, easy way to show how to try to find the Discord. Okay, yeah, then you should be able to just simply message me, because I leave those open like that. I can't remember. I believe I answered all your questions. Sorry if I derailed on any topics I was talking to you about. I will leave with this, because it's not all doom and gloom. That's the wonderful thing about the gospel, and even evangelizing. It's yes, it is very hurtful to realize we are sinners. Just read the first chapter of Romans, and even better if you go through Romans, and it really paints a clear picture of who we are. After that, because God does not wish to just condemn us and just leave us doomed. is why he sent his son on the cross to pay for our sins. And that's just simply the gospel is repent of your sins and get saved. There is no works for us to be able to even do to get saved. That's how loving God is. He does it out of a gift. And sorry if I not mentioning like the verses, like I would have to, I haven't memorized like every single like of these passages and stuff, but that was like part of like a passage of like how it's just a gift of God, like not by our works, so no man can boast. Yeah. So a part of like if anyone realizes that it is sinful to like just be celebrating in Pride Month, it is a very openly rebellious thing against God. Oh, that's why I was like trying to like what I was explaining about is like if there is like not just if like I see I am convinced with all the evidence and conviction, like I'm not following the Bible and God out of blind faith. I see that God is truly there, and I can only testify, which that's the thing, it's like none of this is forcing anyone. I can only testify that I, I do see it's true, and that there is a God that we are accountable to. And so, therefore, there is someone that has in order that we should follow. So, all that to say that the best for us is to repent of our sins, and God will for surely save us. He will never let us go. Like there's even yet another verse that like he promises that he is faithful and forgive any unrighteousness. And on top of that, there is no power that he can there is no power that will ever release his grip on us when we get saved. He will never let us go. And he will even complete the good work that he started in us. And that's our like after salvation, not doing good works to be saved, but doing good works because we love God has saved us. And that's our sanctification. That's where naturally, like it should just naturally, we start wanting to do more good. Not even really just, well, hey, certainly something I can always encourage you to look into. But yeah, that with anyone that's which I certainly appreciate if you sat through this whole spiel. uh, Certainly up to you to look into, and I just highly encourage to really look into the Bible on that. I always like I went through a whole series of sermons that a pastor went through the book of Romans. Not to say any books is greater than the other, but from what I remember learning a lot, that was like really thankful for learning. It's a really good book to probably start out if you already know a lot of like basics of like, yeah, Old Testament law. There's reason for the law. However, even in the Old Testament times, they had the promise of a Messiah, and then we were still being saved by faith. There's a lot of examples and points of that. So yes, they had the law, but it's again where Paul makes a really good explanation in Romans why the law even exists and why it's good. It doesn't save, like it doesn't save us, but there's a point and good part of it, and mainly it's to reflect and show that we are sinners. And yeah, yeah. If anything, that should know, like hopefully that I show from any of my passions is like passion that that there is a heaven, and we certainly can get saved from our own sins. And God wishes all to be saved. But even God does not, did not make like, he made us with free will, so we can decide if we don't want to be saved. And naturally, like, we all would do that if God did not reveal the truth in us. So, and it's still our responsibility to respond to what God gives us, to respond to that call, to either accept God's voice or not. But yeah, so with that, without going in circles, guess what? Mikarza is like live again. I did rate him last time, so I'm going to look at rating someone else. I might raid this person that I haven't seen streaming too often. Doing I think like a kind of recent game. That you like? It's called like Mecha Charm Chameleon. I guess like I seen that you just like it's yet another like kind of like prop hunt, but like instead of like becoming a prop, it's basically a hide and seek where you just paint your texture to like match walls and stuff, so you try to blend in. Yeah, with all that explaining, let's see if I can even like rate him. You know what? I'm gonna see if I can just copy paste his name because it's very long typing of name. There. That's who we're rating. Yeah, I'm gonna do a shout out this way too. So there we go. And that's the game he's playing. So I hope this was not only just entertaining, all the fun space stuff, space exploring, engineering, most like a lot of engineering. But also, I do pray that it was very helpful points and explanation, and certainly, and do feel free to like message me if you have like any like discussion questions. Like I don't have all the answers either. I'm still trying to learn, but I can certainly try to help best I can. But with that, have fun at canoptic immolation with him trying to hide. Take care. God bless. Probably, maybe not gone forever, but take care in bed. Nice seeing you.